Totally random Tony Meow. I see you're drawing my cousin. Nice, yeah. Yo, Homeskilla, good morning. Morning. How's it going? How did you go? How did it go last night? Did you guys blow up the video game world reviews? No, I think the issue was I kind of psyched myself out in terms of like, I didn't really want to, like thinking about it on sort of second thought is that I ran into a moral quandary where I didn't want to necessarily have a fun show around like making fun of things that people have worked on for years. Like I didn't like we could have see the thing is we could have done like a more boring version of it, but that would have been awful in its own way because that's just like two guys just kind of casually talking about games. We originally were gonna do a much funnier version, but I don't know. I'm like, I just don't see it. I just don't see myself doing it because I can't. I couldn't think of a way to do it that would be good and not just not offensive, but sort of, you know, I didn't want to necessarily go down the road of like making fun of people's multi-year works kind of thing. So it was. What are you doing? Oh, you good boy. So not your IGN. So you're not IGN. No, we like I said we were just gonna go do the idea of the show was me and Japochi were gonna sit there and we were gonna talk about games on the like the suggested games on your like search menu, like you know those like how you can like go on Steam and look at the discovery queue review. That's basically what we were gonna do is like make fun of the discovery queue, but then I sort of realized that I'm like it just didn't feel right. If we were, I don't know, I just couldn't find the right tone, and like our first episode that we ended up deleting was really good. It's just we had some sound issues, but another issue is like I said, I'm like I'd be making fun of somebody's like long time projects, and I'm like I don't know if it's brand friendly with what I'm doing, but I don't know. We might do like a podcast or something. Just do like random talking about random things. Vince9, welcome, man. Slipknot fan. What's up, man? How are we doing? Comrade Soul, привет, товарищ. So he has translucent wings. Cool idea. Yeah, I wanted them to be kind of like one of those, kind of like shower curtains that are like slightly dimmed. Not dimmed, but you know what I mean. It's got that kind of like hue that you can't see through, or it can a little bit. Like it's that kind of, like think of a shower, like a translucent shower curtain or something. Like that's the fabric that, you know. It's not exactly a bat wing. Like these bottom wings are definitely more bug-like in terms of their structure. See, these are the kind of wings I wanted for the Helldivers. Is the dragon wings? No, they should have had cockroach because it's a bug. It's a bug faction. They should have had insectoid-esque wings, right? In my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think they need to bring in insectoid bugs and kind of get away from that whole dragon wing idea. Just kind of memory hold. Like, what do they call it? Like when something existed, but then they like slowly take it out, make you forget about it. I forget what the term for that is. Like, just bring in new bugs, and then just show those bugs less and less and less, and like until you're not sure if you ever did see them in the first place. Just do that. Future oil, cool, nice. And then if anybody brings up the dragon bugs, you just gaslight them. You just gaslight them into thinking, make them think they're crazy for bringing it up. Opaque, maybe? I think that's, yeah, opaque is probably the better word. This looking awesome. Too close to the sun. Thank you, Too Close to the Sun. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nice. How much AC? How, how much AC? I'm not sure what you mean by AC. Like, how much AC do I run in the summer? Air conditioning? What the? Sorry, can you clarify the acronym? I'm a little slow. I really like the way these wings kind of work here. I think that turned out pretty well. Actually, the only thing I just sort of realized, this fabric would be attached to the outside of that. You wouldn't really see it there. I just realized the way the fabric works out on that side. You'd have more of a elbow. Okay, I think that works. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics here of how this is gonna. That goes. Yeah, that works. It's just a very confusing chicken wing kind of a wing, so we gotta like spiderweb everything together. Okay. Nai Tiki, you are insane, dude. Thank you, Nai Tiki. I'm just trying to. Sorry, I'm just trying to. This fabric would be attached. Would be attached to underneath. So this would be underneath. That actually works. Okay. Sorry, I just gotta look at the other wing and imagine how the fabric would fold for this wing. This thing is definitely unpleasant to meet. Alright, I think I'm good up here. I'm still gonna come back and like work on the face here more, but for now I just want to kind of touch up the feet. Just kind of work at this bottom area and just kind of flesh this out a little bit. Cool. Did you skip lunch all the? Do you skip lunch all the time, man? No. I just kind of eat before the stream and after the stream, so it's just different times. I don't think the timing of your like food matters as long as you feel okay. Yeah, I just eat before I get on the stream, kind of. I just try to fill myself up. But I probably only eat twice a day. I'm usually a twice a day eater. You know what I mean? I don't eat 3 times a day. Sometimes if I do get hungry, I'll go grab like a couple slices of cheese during the stream and then look at the camera and eat it. Oh my god. Manual Math. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate. Rini Ram, welcome. How's it going? How's it going? In some circles, that's what people call fasting, which is supposed to be good for you, I guess. Yeah, I think it. I've heard of that too. I think it is good for you. I just don't know. But my my instincts tell me that it's probably good for you. But I don't think skipping one meal, because a lot of people just eat 2 meals a day. I don't think that's really fasting. I think you gotta go like at least 8 hours or 10. I don't know. I think like 12 minimum to be. I don't know. To me, you have to be. It has to be like. You have to be in the like at least 12 hours of not eating is like when your body goes into ketosis or whatever. I don't know exactly what I'm saying right now, but you know what I mean. Like your body is now eating its own fat to survive, and it's purging out all the bad stuff. A lot of people feel really good after. I just never do it because I already have a hard time sustaining weight. I have to eat quite a bit to stay at like 180. So I don't fast because of that. If I was like a little bit overweight, I would definitely fast because then it would be awesome. You just don't eat all day and you know. I think fasting means controlling your food amount, not necessarily. I think I disagree because I think controlling your food amount is like that's just more like controlling your food amount, and fasting is like not eating. Unless the definition of fasting is like, because that's like what you're describing is just like dieting or something. Like you're just kind of controlling, you're moderating food intake. Fasting is like you're done eating like for 12 hours. I could be mistaken, but I think you're talking. I think you're wrong, but I'm not sure. I didn't check the word definitions, but I think you're wrong. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but Allure9 says, "Hey buddy, how are you?" I'm doing really good, thank you. Dustin in Shadow says, "Hello. How's it going, Dustin? How's your day?" I think just these legs would actually kind of look a little delicious. Like if you like kill this thing and cook them properly. I think these legs, they're probably like kind of taste like lobster. You know what I mean? Kind of has like lobster vibes. But just be careful. There's a lot of pointy, sharp, like sort of artifacts on these legs that I would just be careful with. I think I already read that. Never mind. I come again. Sorry, I switched the chat. Nice. I was saying hello back. Nice. Thank you, Dustin and Shadow. Let me come right back. I'll be back in just 1 second. I gotta go grab the water. I had an incident this morning where I cooked some meat, and then Shadow's part is so beautiful. Thank you, Yuri. Yuri, do you play any musical instruments? No, I have zero musical talent. Although I somehow still internally believe that if I ever did play music, it would be the best like stuff ever. I really like. I kind of internally believe that. I've never tried or put any effort into it. But I have like this like delusional belief that had I played like instruments, it would be awesome. Oh, Ian Woos, come here, come here. Oh, you good boy. No, I can hum music. Anyway, back to the meat story. I put meat in the air fryer, but then before the stream I like ate a bunch of eggs, and like I totally forgot that I had like meat in the air fryer, so I didn't want it to go dry, so I gave it to the dog, because I didn't want to warm it up later again and then have it be all dry. Which instrument would you learn to play? Drum? Probably guitar. I feel like guitar is like very versatile, and you can like maybe like electric piano or something. Like I was thinking about buying like a little electric piano for here and doing like, but I know better. That would be really irritating if I were to go down that road. Japochi, can you play the piano? No, no. I mean, I can like, if I had a piano, I could do dun dun dun. You know, like I could like learn to play the piano, but no. But I think maybe like an electric. If I did get a like realistically, if I ended up getting I would get like a cheap electric piano, and then but I would want it to sound kind of synthy. I don't want it to be like a piano. You know, I'd want to make like cool digital music, but you know, or whatever. But no, I'm not particularly inclined towards music. I do like it. You know. Bro, episode 8 Alien Earth. Nice. Music is life? Yeah, I mean, I'm a music enjoyer for sure. But I'm not somebody that needs to hold on 1 second, the dog wants to go out. I love flute and violin. I like violin. The flute I could pass on. I feel like I can like whistle and you know, 1 second. think he'd be a good drummer, but who knows? Who knows what I'd excel at? I think I'd be a good drummer. Maybe I'd be better on guitar for all I know. Um, yeah, I think either guitar or electric piano. I think just because the guitar is cool and it kind of like is pretty versatile. I think I don't know anything about anything, but violin. Yeah, violin is also pretty cool. But I feel like with a violin, you kind of get dragged into like this very specific type of music. I could be wrong, but I feel like you're instantly sort of like it's almost like it sort of has you know you have like this kind of like classical music kind of like with the guitar you can kind of do whatever. You're just instantly like if you bring a little guitar like you're just instantly cool, you know. But whatever. I'm old school, so I like classic music. I mean, I like some of it, but I'm not like really too crazy on anything. I tend to go through phases on what I listen to. I don't have any particular like, oh my god, this is like my music. I tend to be like I'll go through a metal phase where I'll listen to a lot of heavy metal and then I'll switch back to techno for a little bit. I just kind of bounce around. I don't have a strong impulse towards any particular thing. I like Tchaikovsky. Yeah, Swan Lake, Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake is really good. I can play piano and French horn. I can play piano and French horn. What's the difference between French horn and a regular horn? Is that like that battle horn they did in the Middle Ages? Like when you announce you're about to do a charge? Yeah, piano is really good. Piano is really nice. Um, like I said, if realistically I would get a little digital keyboard and like do like little tunes. But I don't want to like honestly I don't want another thing that I'm gonna buy and probably never come back to. Like I'm in a good space right now. Helldivers, draw. Helldivers, draw. Dog walk. Helldivers, draw. Dog walk. I got a good little triangle going right now. Tchaikovsky did Nutcracker too. Nice. I missed what was said. I will replay. Somebody called me. I'm trying to get some printing shops to print ID. Uh, nice. Um, there's one more musical instrument is tabla from India. I love its sound. It depends on the genre. The drummer's least respected, I think. I think you're right. But to be honest, like the only time I feel like I like drums, like even in heavy metal, like you know when they hit the like they'll hit the metal drum and then like I love when they do like the deep bass drum like at the bottom like those boom 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 boom. And whenever they do the tss, tss, I'm just like someone please stop this guy. He's like just adding noise to the song. It's like they're adding like I feel like the metal part of it. I don't understand the appeal of it. It's just like there's a song happening and someone is just making metallic um like this symbol. I have no idea what it's called. Yeah, I know I'm gonna offend drummers. Like I know I'm gonna make drummers angry, but that's just how I feel. It's like the deep drums are fine because I can hear it and it goes in sync with the song. But just adding like a metallic, tss, 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 I'm just like I don't understand why it's in here. Like it's just horrible. But yeah, I do like I like the drum allows cymbals. I'm just not sure what cymbals is. I don't know if that's the normal drum or the other drum. Like I'm sure like I don't understand stuff about it. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying like personally like that's kind of how I feel. It's like the golden medal disc. But what is piano and violinist are more respected? Yeah. Double kick drum bass drum. I just don't understand the appeal of the copper looking disc. You know what I mean? I just don't understand why you would have that in there. Cymbals are the metal sound you described. Exactly, yeah. And it's just like it's like loud and sharp, but without the I don't know. I just never liked it. Maybe it's the hi-hat sound you mean? Maybe. Cymbals make death metal sound cymbals make the metal sound you described. Yeah, I just two cymbals that clash together. Yeah, I just don't I'm sorry guys. I just don't understand the appeal of that. Like if it was all drums, like if they were just hitting like boom 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 boom. Like I love that stuff. Yeah, when you tap the foot pedal, it's amazing. Like I was like the one time I went to the Rammstein concert and they had like the super like insane bass that you can feel in your chest even when you're like all the way back. I'm like, okay, this is good. And then the other stuff happens and I'm like, oh, you know, I don't even know like if they use that, like what they use or how they make their music sound the way they do. But I feel like I don't hear it that much in Rammstein, but I don't know. Maybe I hear it and I just misidentify it. But I've heard a buddy of mine has drums. I went to his house and I'm sitting there and he's like and it's just like I'm just sitting there like this is like I'm just experiencing like I just want to kind of like step away because it's like loud and obnoxious. Hi hat is more of a cymbal is more clingy, crashy. Hi hat is more okay. I'll have to remember cymbal is more cling crashy. Flute sound a Rammstein concert would be on my bucket list. It was very I only went because my buddy got tickets and he invited me. Not that I don't like Rammstein, I'm just saying I wouldn't have gone by myself. I don't even know where you go look for tickets for music. I don't know how people find that stuff. Like I just exist. I wake up every day and I stream. I have no idea. But I'm just saying I would go to I went because he had tickets and I paid for all the alcohol. And it was a great amount of fun. But yeah, very loud. By the way, I know I can't. I've said this before, but Rammstein was very loud. They could have turned it down like two notches, and it would still be fine. Rennie Ren, I think he must be talking about the hi-hat. Kamuwamu, welcome! We were just talking about my hate for the... I don't know how long you've been here, but I was just talking about... I was giving my spiel about how I hate drums. No, I don't really hate drums. I'm just saying, like, it's one of my least favorite instruments. If I had to pick an instrument that I would play for the rest of my life, it would have to be like a little digital piano, so I could be like a jester, roaming the countryside, entertaining locals, and maybe, you know, whatever. But that would be fun, and then maybe like a little guitar, or maybe like a balalaika or something, like a little wooden instrument with strings. I know what you mean about drums. It's just noise to me. Okay, we have an agreeer. We have somebody that agrees with me. I can hear the drums. I can hear the drums when they're doing tapping the foot on the big like actual drums. The rest of it, I'm like, no, thank you. The sound of clapping, I can't stand it. Never watched game shows because of the clapping. Yeah, it would be better. It would be better if the whole drum set was just actual drums, and not the hi hats, not that. You know, one second. Let me go get the dog really quick. Here's how you know. Here's how you know hating the drums is the truth. Imagine your neighbor's kid gets a drum set and they're like 13 and really passionate, and all you hear is like you always hear like the vague drum set always being played. Just imagine that nightmare. It's like you caught an illness that will never go away. You always have to hear it. Several hours a day, you just hear. Yeah. Exactly. I went to a death metal gig one time. The band was Decide. One of the best gigs I've been to. Wait, you're saying gig like you were working for them? Or like you were, like, were you the sound guy? I went to a I went to, not math. I went to a death metal gig one time, and band was Decide. One of the best gigs I've been to. Nice. So like, were you in part like working with them? Refi Rock. Hi, Ciao. E pluribus unum. The sound of clapping, I can't stand it. Da, da, da. My sister and dad played drums, so it was just my living environment for a few years. Bro, I feel for you. Like, it's just so invasive and intrusive. Like, the sound of it is so annoying. Like, sorry guys, sorry for the drummers. It's just noise. Like, it's not like other instruments. It's just awful. I'm kind of kidding, but part of me kind of believes what I'm saying. I feel like the drummers, they need help. They need someone to like show them the truth. At a toy festival I worked in, there was a small drum set they added for interactive music room. I had to stop children from smacking hi-hats because it was headache inducing. The parents inside are complaining about the noise level. We're being persecutionist. Yeah, we are. But it's true. Like, look, Japocha just pointed out, you will get a headache. Especially if you like involve like little kids in drums, it's like absolutely a no-go. You know what? You know what else is funny? You know what else is kind of funny? When they show you like those super genius like drummer kids that are like they're like kind of like 11 or 10, and they're doing like, dude, no one's ever played drums like this, and the kid is like wearing headphones and he's like, and I'm just like, bro, like I can't tell if he's like the best drummer ever or if he is like just hitting like randomly. Like it looks like there's you can tell like he's like doing a like when they're doing that you can kind of tell that like something's happening. But when they're like doing like a solo, and it's just like I can't tell if I'm watching Genius or if this kid is just hitting the drums and like I don't know. And then they're like they do the edit when this is when he was 6 and he was like tss, 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 tss. And then they go to like 13 and he's just like destroying the set, and I'm just like, I guess I think you're winning. I can't tell though. Precautionist, I mean, but you percussionist, I mean, but you get what I mean. Yes, the look on their proud faces while they were making makes me want to punch a pillow. Like they were smacking the drum. Yeah, like the happiness. I know. Watching other people be happy does do that sometimes. I can't tell if you're a genius or just need a Ritalin medication. Exactly. Does Ritalin calm people down? Is that the whole? Have you ever seen that U-shaped harp the angels play? It's called Luri. Always thought it looked cool in angel imagery. You know what I like more is that really deep. You know, like it's like a Ritalin. Oh, it's ADHD medication. You know what I've always liked more than that? As far as like one of my favorite musical instruments that they use a lot in like movie scores is sort of that big violin where it goes like it does that kind of like I don't know, like violin, but it's like super bass kind of like it's got like a super bassy sound to it, and they use it for like kind of scary movies and stuff. I don't, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like the size of a harp, but there's always like a person like doing this, and it's just like I thought that one always like kind of like it makes like the coolest sound, but I just don't like the size of it, so I'm not doing. It's like if the violin is a guitar, bass violin, yeah, something like yeah. It was come here. It was come. Oh, there he is. its name, your dog's name, Aries. He wants his human attention to mate play. Yeah, his name is Aries. Cello is one of those instruments you'd always see in cartoons. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've always liked the sound of that. Cello, a proper man's fancy instrument. Yeah. Baby Aries, Tippy Taps. Have we watched the last Alien episode yet? I haven't. I haven't. I'll watch it later. We're gonna watch it later if I'm not busy. Yeah. You should come, Kamu Wamu. Nice. I'm not gonna hope it's gonna have a good ending. The membership I designed for a nonprofit group. Like in Tom and Jerry. Oh, the Cilio in Tom and Jerry. Yeah. That was a good show. I like Tom and Jerry. Back in the day. I kind of like sometimes that you know what I want sometimes is not necessarily like to watch cartoons, but I just want to have like a cartoon like in the background on like low volume, just to kind of glance over it once in a while. 1 second. Found some pics of Wally, Coyote, and Tweety Pie playing Cilios. Nice. Why is Aries panting so much? I don't know. I turn on the air conditioner and let him go in the room, and he doesn't want to go in the room, so he wants to go outside, I guess. I don't know. You just can't predict what that dog wants. It's like 70 in here, maybe like it's like 73 in here. He's doing that to create a scenario where I let him go outside, because he doesn't want the air conditioning. Sometimes pets don't want to stay alone. Yeah, but he's panting. He wants to go outside, so he doesn't want to be alone. He just doesn't want to be alone in the room. Maya, it's okay. Wait, did we get raided? Oh, sorry, it didn't make a noise. My stream was great, productive, was working on D&D commission. Nice. You can drop your Insta. Oh, nice. Thank you, Japochi. I didn't realize we got a raid. When did that happen? Nice. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to drop your... Nice. Yeah, I don't have a way of pulling it up right now. Like I said, my OBS was crashing. Oh, Blender, nice. You did the donut tutorial? I recently decided to start learning 3D in Blender, and of course I had to start with a donut tutorial. Did it really help me navigate through Blender? I'm sure that it would be, I would be completely lost. Nice. Very cool. I started to learn Blender, but then I got tired and sleepy. I love Blender, but it's like, it makes me tired and sleepy, so I stopped. More arts I did for myself, and I get to draw. This is very cool stuff. Oh, nice. You did a Little Nightmares. Nice. Sorry, I'm just glazing the account really quick. Super cool stuff. Czech Republic. Artist from Czech Republic. Where is that? Hold on, I gotta look up where this is. I'm sort of curious about geography now. I'm just trying to imagine where it is in Europe. Oh, okay, nice. That's where Prague is. Nice. Austria, Germany. That's where is it Czech Republic? Yeah, or am I saying that right? Is it Czech Republic or Czech Republic? Like, how do you say that? Anyway, very cool stuff. Thank you. I love it. Anyway, I followed you and stuff like that. Well deserved to be glazed. Yeah. Laputiptiplip. Wait. Czech Republic. Nice. Nice. Very cool stuff. We might smack in the middle of the Europe. We're right smack in the middle of Europe. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it looks like you guys are dead center. Who are you in love with? Nikki, who are you in love with? I'm not, no one at the current moment, but thank you for asking. What are you doing today? Just drawing, bugs and stuff. Just, it's like this hellish creature. It's a hellbat. I just wanted to kind of mix it up. It's a little bit, maybe I was so distraught by the dragon flying creatures from Helldivers that I needed to do like my own version of it. I guess this is not really a bug. It's more of a hellish, nightmarish creature. So, but yeah, this is like where I'm very comfortable, is drawing creatures. This is my home. I feel very at home here. I wonder why it didn't make a noise for the This looks awesome. What is it going to be? It's just, I'm not sure what it's just a hellbat. It's just a creature I'm making up. Do you use references or just draw from imagination? I draw from imagination to the extent that I can, and then I use references. He just draws whatever his pencil takes him. Yeah, pretty much. But I do use references for anatomy. Like, sometimes I don't remember. Especially, like, the back. Whatever's going, you know, I got my guy here. I use, you know, references and stuff. But it's kind of a... This isn't the best model. I thought this was going to be an awesome model, and it's okay, but it's not the best model. But obviously, Anatomy for Sculptors, that's a good website. They got a couple models that are very clear and understandable as to what's going on. But I really, looks really good. Thank you. Thank you, Maya. Yeah, it's, I just bounce. But basically, like, this is my strength. Like, doing creatures like these is, like, kind of, like, super easy. Whatever. I just make them up, right? And I implement, like, a little bit of an anatomical knowledge to kind of, like, give it a little bit of realism. But for the most part, if I draw humans, if I was going to draw, like, you know, a half-naked dude, I would need an anatomical reference. If things are getting twisted and arms are turning and stuff, sometimes I need to take a quick peekaboo at the old whatever kind of I think I'm getting better, but sometimes when there's certain things I'm still like I get a little fuzzy about. I tried practicing, by the way. I tried practicing. I just forget. My cats are feeling lonely just if I'm busy in some stuff, only whereas I'm home. So yeah, it happened. No, I'm not saying pets don't get lonely. I'm just saying my dog was panting, so I led him towards the room with the air conditioner, but he wanted to go outside, which implies that he still wanted to be alone, just not necessarily in the air conditioned room. Be right back. Gotta drive. Nice. I can't believe I missed a raid. It didn't. Sometimes I guess like it doesn't make it glitches out and it didn't make the noise. I feel kind of bad. We've raided when you weren't in the room, so probably why you missed it. Oh, nice. I walked away from the stream. Nice. I've never drawn on brown paper, but it looks like drawing highlights is a bit easier. I like it. I was thinking about going. I've been thinking about going back to white paper, just to kind of refresh what that's like. Cause I've been on this tone stuff for like, it seems like a year now straight. And if you look at my Instagram, it's just nothing but that. Now, if you go back far enough, I did draw on white paper, but yeah, maybe it's worth dabbling. Like, I'd need to. I'm just kind of lazy, and I don't want to go to the art supply store, to be honest. I just keep forgetting. But one of these days I need to run out and buy some like 400 series white paper just to kind of like, I don't know. I like the idea of working from the middle, because you're like, with the tone paper, you're like in the middle. I've talked about this before, but like you're kind of like in the middle zone, right? You're not building up the entire picture, and you're working out and in, sort of from the middle. Whereas the white paper, you're like building it all up, right? So it's kind of like, it just depends. I think it's just a stylistic choice. I don't think it really matters. I think it helps me kind of flow, and if I'm sort of thinking about ideas, I think brown paper, when you like do some light sketching on put some junk on brown paper, it kind of helps your mind fill in the gaps a little bit. And so yeah, it kind of helps you connect the dots a little bit when you're just sort of riffing and coming up with concepts. Whereas white paper, I feel like you have to like apply more pressure on your brain to like come up with concept. I think so. I think in that, and I just like the look of it. This kind of like old scroll kind of look of it a little bit. So I don't know. It's just more of a stylistic choice, I guess. When I tried tone paper for the first time, I was like, "Whoa, I love it." Yeah. I mean, maybe I need to. I'm just sort of scared that I'm getting a little too comfortable with it, because I've been on it for a while, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really feel like getting off of this trend, but at the same time, I'm just, maybe it's worth revisiting the white paper again since it's been so long, but. Oh, First Transit, welcome. Always gotta challenge yourself with different things to not get stuck. I think you're right. I think you gotta keep challenging. Thank you for the emojis, First Transit. How's it going? I hope it's going great. But yeah, it's more of a, it's like when you go back to an old video game, just kind of, you gotta check out kind of like, it's really strange when you go back to like an old game you used to play as a kid, and like how much easier and trivial it seems once you like revisit it, some of the things that seemed impossible. So I just kind of, it's almost like that, not really, but kind of like that. I just want to go back to the white paper for a little bit, just to kind of like see where we're at. Like, what if I just can't draw, and like what if I just see that I just can't draw on white paper? I'm hanging. It's okay. I'm here. Nice. I'll be back in an hour or so. Gotta wait. Going to eat and watch Alien Earth episode. Nice. Yeah. Don't tell us anything about it. I'm kind of curious. I think that the franchise, the whole Alien Earth, kind of like fell apart a little bit for me. Like halfway through, we were I feel like it started off strong, and then it kind of got like really, like, not that good. Maybe like because it's just, for some reason they have like a bunch of kids doing like science stuff, and I don't know. It's like there was a lot of things that happened in the Alien Earth that were like very preventable, How's your day? It's going really well, thank you. Just working on my little creature here. My little hellbat kind of a thing. My typical shenanigans. I think I'm gonna... Oh yeah. Still... I don't want to put too much time into this rock here. I wouldn't say anything. Yeah, I agree. I love the overall style, but the illogical events are compounding a little too much. Um, yeah, it's a little too many. There's a little too many like kind of like this happened because this messed up, or you know, I don't know. It was just one too many of those kind of coincidental like things where things could have been handled a lot easier, or things. I don't know. They're moving the show along with like just the the robot kids just messing everything up, and it's like, why don't you just not have the kid robots do, like, just keep them away from laboratories, and it's just too silly for me to take it seriously at this point. But yeah, we're gonna power through just because we've already committed so much energy, and so we're gonna be watching it later on Discord. What are we watching? We're gonna watch the last Alien Earth episode, which I don't have a lot of hope for, but it's okay, I guess. I won't say anything. Yeah, I agree that the overall style logical. Okay, I read that. Cartoon Kid Robot Alien series would be amusing. Um, the kid robots get into fun adventures and occasionally horrifying violence. Nice. Sorry, I got quiet there. I got a little focused. I gotta reinforce. I feel like I gotta add a little bit more contrast to this frontal structure here. It's a little. It's gotten a little too faded relative to everything else. Once I added more elements, so I gotta feel it. It's crazy how much less functional my brain is when I don't get good sleep. It's like it's crazy. Awful. once I add a little bit more contrast here, it's gonna look a little bit better. But I want to be kind of careful how I want to just carefully add that in, and not get too overzealous with the extra. think that's looking really delicious right there. I like what's going on there. Carolina, welcome. How was your day? I'm doing okay here, working on learning the Dino's world. Nice. Yeah, I saw your dino picture. Very nice. Nice. I think I just said like nice 3 times in a row. But regardless, it's looking good. I'm just fleshing out my little hellbat here. I looked up James. I looked up James Gurney and see his art. I'm not familiar with this type of art, so it is all new to me. It's a new world for me. Watching you draw is so inspiring. It's like watching a painter using a pen as a brush. Kind of, right? Yeah, I have been told that the way I draw is very unusual, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know how, you know, I just kind of slowly adapted my style to the way I do, so. But yeah, I do kind of agree. I think of lead as more of like I think of it as paint more than I do like lead, if that makes sense. In terms of how like I construct stuff and I have to spin paper around constantly to get the right angle. Not smudge what I have already drawn, but I smudge everything anyway. You know, it took me a while. You know what? I think for what I have is like down here, I kind of do a lot of like leaning on this, like, see this like wooden thing here? I kind of do a lot of tricks to get my arm propped up, but I don't. The only reason I don't spin around is because I'm like partially I'm lazy and I've gotten used to like just doing this. I've gotten good enough at not smudging that I just don't have to do it now, but it takes a lot of sort of fortitude. But it would help out a lot to just spin stuff around. But I also feel like I'm like, is that gonna be like good for the viewer? You know, it would be awesome if I just had like a thing here, like a mounted sort of a paper holder that I could just turn. That would be like super dope if I could have that. But yeah, but I don't. So. Hummingbrook. Hello everyone. Your drawing style is amazing. Beautiful works. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. think this color is actually kind of working out in my favor. Like I said, I don't really experiment with color too much, but I don't really like the combination of yellow and blue together. But part of the blue effect is sort of coming from the fact that just the charcoal mixing kind of creates that. So Numba says Privet. Hello, hello. Thank you. Is that yellow and soft pastel very dry? Or is it normal color pencil, which are more greasy? It's a pastel. It's a pastel. Hello there, mateys. Thank you, Aqua Marcus. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'm using a pastel-esque pencil from Stabilo. Very, very cool. Yeah, I don't know why I've been trying to like throw in color, and yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes not so much. How's it going? Drawing demonic creatures. That's right. Yes. Drawing some Hellbat kind of stuff. You know, the kind of stuff that just brightens up the day. It's the upper right corner for the it's the hardest one to shade carefully, like to render out carefully. It's the most painful kind of experience because you gotta hold your arm at the most lengthed out version of it and just sit there and suffer, I guess. Twitch audio is acting up for some reason. It may make me want to relaunch the stream to get back to F. Nice. Gives a nice shine with the color. Yeah. So, like I said, sometimes it does work, but I gotta play around with it more. I'm almost... Nah, I won't. I'm just gonna slowly add more contrast to this central piece. Finally had some time to draw something today at a perfect time. A new drawing session video on bugs, so drew a bug. Nice. Yeah, I think insectoids are always fun to draw. You know, with their interesting life cycles and metamorphosis and all this good stuff. I mean, this definitely has some bug influence, but I meant to do like a hell, like more of a hell vibe, like with this right here, more of like a hellish creature. But then it slowly turned into like a sort of a kind. It still has hell vibe. I mean, if you shoehorn this into Path of Exile or Diablo or something like that, it would fit right in as like a hell kind of creature. But in terms of like modern aesthetics, I think this would pass. In like sort of the more traditional Lord of the Rings design, like where you had like the more traditional looking creatures, this would be kind of maybe a little too. It would almost be alien compared to like the traditional medieval lore. But I think by today, like if you look at like what was that game I hate? If you look at the old God, I can't remember the name of any game. What's that game I hate with where you run around with the sword and kill like one monster at a time? It's like Diablo but not fun. Dark Souls. Sorry, Dark Souls and George. I love the way it looks. I like the way those games look. I just hate the gameplay. I've never played it, to be fair, because it's like a racing game. I'm already like, no, count me out. I don't care about racing. No offense to people who enjoy racing, also, but just know that I don't like it. If you want to watch a man's eyes just glaze over in uninterest, tell me about your fast car. Still gonna work. No, I do like fast cars, but you know what I mean. Like racing, like real racing is boring. Still gonna work on 23 viewers. What the? Nice. Still gonna work on bug more as I don't like texturing. It isn't any, but for now I uploaded it in Discord. Nice. Did you put it on WhipArt? I agree with you there. Yeah, racing is insane. Like would I like to have a really nice house and then you open the garage and there's like some nice car, whip. Okay, nice. I'll check it out. Yeah, of course I would like a nice sports car and stuff. But like real racing, oh my god. In Dark Souls you have to accept to die many times. I think it's the pacing of it. It's not that hard. I played Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. That's the closest I've come to playing those type of games, and I tried to cope and pretend I liked it, but then I actually realized like I got 10% through the game, and I'm like, I hate this. Like this is, yeah, I'm good. But yeah, you're right. It's not that hard. Like once you learn the patterns, it's sort of like a kind of like a beat music game almost. Like you know what I mean? It's a rhythm game essentially, to an extent. But man, are they like just not my. I want to crush armies with my character. You know what I mean? Let's see. Sorry, Discord. I'm very discombobulated today. Let's see where we at. Whip art. Nice. It looks just like the not just like it, but it reminds me of a Helldivers a little bit. Nice. Very cool. Thank you. Apparently Sekiro is the hardest, so you're good. It was pretty hard. I got, you know where I kind of got stuck for a little bit and I was about to give up, but I persevered before stopping again. Was like that kind of like the first big samurai you meet, like with a big sword. Like it's the first buff dude you come across. He's like wearing full samurai armor. But Dark Souls is definitely a favorite. Is on my top 10 of all time. Is definitely a favorite. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm happy that you guys like it. I'm not telling you to guys not like it. I'm just saying for me, not interested. I was actually going through a gaming drought, and Dark Souls pulled me back into gaming. Nice. Yeah, I usually, you know, Helldivers, I enjoy strategy games still. Like, I enjoy building towns and, you know, resource management. I enjoy that kind of stuff. But say? You know, I have no idea even about Demon Souls. I still gotta beat and play other games. Elden Ring didn't do much for you? Nah. No. I'm just not a. I'm not those kind of games. Like I just can't. I just don't like care. Like once they get hard and I just get stuck at it. Like I already kind of don't care from the beginning. So like whenever I just get stuck for too long, I'm like, eh. You know, and I know myself well enough. Like I said, I like strategy games. I like shooter games. I like third-person shooters. You know, but yeah, I have an odd combination. It looks to me, it looks like a lot of people that like sort of strategy games don't like shooter games. They tend to be non-compatible personality types. But I actually kind of like really like strategy games and first-person shooter games, and even the twitchy ones too, like Call of Duty. Like the really twitchy stuff is I like it. You sound like you've been drinking coffee. You sound like you've been drinking coffee. I got Dark Souls free on Game Pass with my 360. I got Dark Souls free on Game Pass with my 360. Nice. I felt like a MMO RPG and not a Souls game. I had no idea of the game or series. I just jumped in blind. I can't believe how we were like entering into like almost cold weather and then it just sort of bounced back and became super hot again. Absolutely loved it. Never felt such a sense of achievement and rewarded for beating a boss or getting through a difficult select. Yeah, I do know what you mean because yesterday felt really hot. And I just overall, like we were slipping. I mean, at least in Illinois, we were slipping into like winter weather, and it was like kind of getting really cold every morning. And now we're like back to where we were like a few months ago, just pure nightmare, hot every day, and it's gonna get hotter too. And like I said, I've said this before, but I kind of know what's gonna happen. Is it's gonna skip fall and we're gonna get like a 1 week of sort of that nice cool weather and then straight into winter. That's kind of what I sort of presume is happening here. We're gonna get cheated out of like that normal sort of not brutal weather. I do think our last winter was relatively mild in contrast to most winters here in Michigan. Yeah, it's been mild. I think we've had 3 years of mild, to be honest. Kamuwamu says back. Nice. Did you like the episode, or was it kind of poo? You don't have to tell us anything about it other than did you like it? utility bills are projected to be sky high this winter. Projected to be sky high this winter. I'm actually, yeah, like even my electricity bill was like super high last winter, like super high, and I'm just using the. I was almost thinking of installing like the like just going and buying a like a furnace, like a wood burning furnace, and like somehow installing it, because it's like I can kind of get wood for free around here, but like it's just too expensive now. Like it's getting too crazy in terms of, you know, the price of everything is just too sky high. Finally, you should ask that utility bills and rent, literally everything for that matter, has been better for me. Moving was a good thing for me. It's just too bad my location isn't better. Well, and you might, well, and mind you, I do split utilities with other people who live in this apartment with me. Yeah, maybe I should get a roommate. The thing is that living alone is so good that, like, even though the cost is more, I just, like, really don't want to get a roommate, you know? Because the other issue too with roommates is sometimes they get friends, and now their friends are hanging out at your house. So you have like, you signed up for like one person, but now you got like a bunch of people in your house randomly. Yeah, it doesn't who it is. It always makes weeks, maybe months to get used to each other. I think I feels like it gets worse because everyone starts out like on their best behavior as roommates, and then they slowly just stop caring. Like I think like at least in my situation when I had a roommate, it started out awesome and then slowly degraded it into a nightmare. Hmm. You show them the magic you do on paper, they will start showing some respect. No, I don't think they care at all. I don't think that would have anything to do with anything. I don't think they like. That was an issue with my last place with when was the roommates. Dude, it's awful. No, I feel like they wouldn't care about how good I can draw. And besides, you are essentially a landlord. They respect your authority. The thing is that actually they don't, like, they actually don't care, like, eventually you can't like really even kick them out, like, but you have to just hope that they will leave, and they could make your life like way worse of a nightmare than than like what you're signing up for. I'm not saying there's no good that comes out of it. I'm sure some people have gotten roommates and it like really worked out. You know, they were a quiet computer with like guy, and then they wore headphones, no drinking, no drugs, nothing like that, like, and they paid rent, and I'm sure that happens, but that's very like rare. Usually what you get is like somebody that is gonna like put on the show for a couple of weeks, and then their girlfriend comes over, she spends the night, she's there like all the time. Suddenly, like, now you got like two people living. Then like you do kind of a room inspection, there's a hamster, now you got like a hamster, you got three people living now, like you basically like now you got pets in there stinking up the place. Then like, because they're sad, they smoke a cigarette inside the house, so now you got like smoking kind of going on a little bit here and there. It's just like, it just slowly devolves into like this, and it's your house. Like once they leave, it's not their problem, it's just for you to deal with, right? Like whatever they do is just, it's just not on their roster of things to worry about. So yeah, like roommates are awful for the most part. Like I said, I'm sure sometimes it's awesome, but in my experience, it's like, yeah, you know, it's, and the thing is that that's the thing, all I can offer is like a room upstairs, and like most people are not gonna, like most people who are gonna be renting a room are kind of gonna be in a position, like they're either gonna be really young or they're going to be my age, but their life is like going not that well for like, and the reasons are going to be obvious, and you're going to find out about them. So that's the thing, is like I can't offer a living space where the price range would be for the kind of customer I would want. You know what I mean? It's going to be bad. It's going to be kind of like somebody like my age, but they enjoy drugs, you know, a lot. And too bad when people are like that. Oh yeah, it's terrible. I have one roommate who smokes weed, but he does it outside on the balcony. Yeah, and it wouldn't be an issue if it was inside and the other stuff wasn't an issue. But it always kind of turns into smoke weed inside, smoke cigarettes inside, bunch of beer bottles sitting around, then there's a bunch of beer bottles like on the staircase. You know what I mean? It just sort of spreads like a disease. Then they're like not cleaning up in the kitchen. It's just, they're disease people. Like you just can't have them around. You got to get rid of them. And so you have to start, you know, it's the worst. It doesn't sound sustainable. No. Yeah, it's like you gotta find, the only way it would work like renting is like if you had a house where you could have a high enough price to get the client in that is sort of normal, you know, as normal as you can get somebody to be. And I'm not like, obviously there's people who smoke a little weed at the end of the day, it's not a big deal, but there's just a lot of that type of person there. I'm just like, no. uh they're stinking the place out, frying fish all the time because omega fatty acids are important to them. Now you're talking about velo. Doesn't sound sustainable. Brought 3-pound bag of flounder fillets, which by the way I will never buy again. These fillets, while decent in size, frozen, they shrink to paper thin fillets when cooked. Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. And a roommate who loved playing Dark Souls all day. No, if they're a game, like if they're a quiet gamer type, that's not an issue. Like roommates that are like, if, like not necessarily like super quiet, but like a gamer type is maybe the ideal roommate. You know what I mean? Like, it just depends. I just think it's really hard to get lucky with the. I think it's really hard to get lucky with a roommate these days. You know what I mean? I think for the most part, you're gonna get kind of like in a bad situation. I love fish, so the smell of it never bothered me. I'm sure they would really hate me if I started getting sardines. I do eat sardines. I do like eat like sort of fishy fish from cans and stuff. But it doesn't really stink the place up. Well, I don't care. I own my house and I live in it, so it doesn't like matter to me. But yeah, like I don't heat it up, so it doesn't like matter really. I've never had a roommate situation that wasn't bad. It's always better to be alone if you can afford it. Honestly, like just man, it's just so much better to be alone. Like living alone, it's just awesome. My thing is that people need to communicate. I hate passive aggressive types who huff and puff and act like I can read minds. People need to communicate. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but sometimes it's kind of like one of those things where, like, let's say your roommate does something where but I agree with you, but like, let's say they do something where it's like you think to yourself, it's like totally obvious that they're obviously breaking a rule, let's say, and to you it's so obvious that you are like, yo, bro, like you should know this, that this isn't a thing we should be going through or talking about, but they're like in that mentality where it's like, why didn't you just say so? And it's kind of like, I really like, I should like for instance, he would like leave open soda pops under like he wouldn't like go throw it in the trash, like empty it and throw it in the trash. He would just kind of leave a half empty like bottle of soda under the so if you were walking by and hit it, now you have a soda carpet that you have to spend an hour and a half cleaning up, right? Like, and I'm like, that's pretty obvious that that's like super disgusting behavior. And it was my fault. Like, it was my fault in the sense that I kind of like should have known that person was gonna do stuff like that, but I was just like, you know, but you know how it is. It's like, so like it was ultimately my fault in a sense because like I thought things wouldn't be as bad, but they were bad. So like, yeah, that's like disgusting like raccoon behavior that needs to be shut down. But to him, it was like normal. That's just how he lives his life. You know what I mean? Like, uh, or like having you know what's a better one? Open fire inside the house. Just like one time I come in the house, no one's in the house except the dog. There's just a candle going, just a candle. I mean, if the dog like knocks it over, I'm out of house. But for him, it's not a big deal because like to his brain, it's like, oh my bad, bro. Right? To me, it's like my house could have been gone. To him, it's like, yo, like it's just not it doesn't register in their brains. So you could like end up not having a house once you let like that kind of person in, and you just don't know who you're letting in because once they relax, they're gonna be great for the first couple of weeks, and then once they relax, they're gonna all of the nightmare stuff is gonna start coming out. So yeah, like once I realized we needed to start moving him out, like we needed to like start working that conversation because like I'm like, dude, I'm gonna like lose a house. Yeah, he was like one of those like into like candles and skulls and like, and I'm like, you can't have like open flame inside the house, bro. Like I know it's boring for you that you can't like light up a fire inside of here, but like it's like, sorry, that's like I can't like maybe not have a house tomorrow because like you're bored and you want to have a flame. Like, so I just wouldn't recommend going down that route. That's all of my roommate experiences were like something like that, and I'm just like, I'm just done. Huge red flag. Oh yeah, I was having an issue with the stovetop here. Fortunately, my roommate would text me and tell me, and I've gotten much better with it now. The stovetop. Is it like a gas stovetop? I call those guys chicken grease guys. They eat some fried chicken and then think it's fine to immediately pick up the remote control with their chicken grease hand. Just absent-minded. I think it's electric. Okay. Oh, the other thing to keep in mind is that once you have an extra person, let's say you're spending like 500 on utilities. Let's say you're spending 500 on utilities, let's just say. When you get an extra person in here, let's say you charge him 500, I have to break in all my game controls with Cheetos. Nice. Yeah, get the Cheeto dust in there to claim your territory. No, I mean, so here's the thing. Let's say you're charging someone $500 a month to live like you're renting a room out, right? Which is pretty cheap. By today's standards, that's not even expensive. Even if it doesn't have its own bathroom, like by today's standards. And so you spend maybe, I don't know, maybe your utilities are like, let's just say 500 to keep the numbers kind of simple. And then they move in, you're charging them 500, but the utilities go up 250, and they will go up. They go up by 250. So now you're suffering with this person that's like maybe gonna burn your house down for a low price of 250 profit a month. Is it worth it? That's where it becomes, it's like, dude, I'm not even sure it's worth like all this suffering. Thank you for the follow. Britoil. Thank you for the follow. Wow. Thank you for that. Wow. So I just want to remind people that sometimes it's better to not have roommates because, you know, I love your art. I was just working and found you. I would love to steal you sometime for my fantasy comic series. Nice. Are you for real doing a fantasy comic book series? I honestly, I think I would find like doing an entire like comic book kind of daunting to like stay in the same. I like to kind of keep moving along with like the ideas and stuff. I'm not saying I would never do that, but I like to kind of just get an idea down, tell a micro story through my art, and then just kind of move on with my day. But yeah, very fun. I can barely cope with dear friends staying for 2 weeks. Agreeing to a contract with a stranger can claim rights to Temple of Peace. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing is that if that's the other thing is that legally they're kind of like in the United States they're kind of pretty protected. Um, Once they can prove that they live there, you're kind of like you can't literally can't get rid of them. Like legally speaking, you can like just like you do whatever you want, but I'm just saying like legally speaking, I'm not advising anything. I'm just saying legally from a legal you can't like be like oh the cops are gonna come and no. Once they can show that they like live there, like I mean even like having a bed frame or like just their Xbox, like just they obviously didn't just like bring their backpack in there. Like once they can prove that, it's over. Like you can't get rid of them. It's gonna take months of like lawyers and like court. Like it's basically a total nightmare. So just kind of keep that in mind too. Like if that person ends up being like a total poop person, let's say, a piece of poop person, just know. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it clean for the kids, but I just don't advise. Just I don't know. The thing is, I would even if they were like kind of gross and just upstairs, just gaming and just not ever. Like I said, the worst thing is like when they have friends. Like you think you're signing up for one person, but if they get a girlfriend or something and she's hanging out, that's two people. Like that's not one person. That's two people. Oh yeah, I already went over this, but keep in mind your utilities will go up, so you're not really making that much money at the end of the month. You'll get tired of the money a lot faster than, and you'll want the alone time back for sure. Um, in UK, technically, a landlord only needs to give 1 week notice if the tenant lives with a landlord. There's a whole other protective system if the tenant is renting a household separate from the land. Yeah. Oh, I can't even imagine. Can you imagine? You literally can't like you hate that person because they're destroying your house and you can't get rid of them. Like how like insane that would be. I like UK law better than US law. From what I'm hearing, of course. it takes months to legally evict someone in the UK if they're living in a separate domicile to the landlord. I'd never be a landlord to my shit. Dude, I was watching the show. It was like one of those UK shows, and it was like one of those like nightmares where like this couple, they worked their entire life, and they bought like this kind of like a fourplex kind of a building to kind of like live off that rent, kind of like that was their retirement plan. And they had like you know, they let people in, they kind of didn't check their background too thoroughly, they seemed like they were like clean people and stuff, and they let them in, and they got destroyed their house. Not like it was like not a house, it was like an apartment plex, like a 4-unit kind of a thing. Maybe it was 8, I don't remember, but they completely destroyed it, the people that they let settle there. Bro, can you imagine, like, you're old and you're tired and you want to like retire, but you have to like deal with that shit. Yeah, that was what happened at the last place I was at. Bro, just imagine, like, you're ready to retire, you got passive income, you're like in your 70s or like early or like late 60s, you're like, we're gonna settle down, and boom, you're dealing with like drug addicted like zombie people that are like hyper violent, and the court system sees you as like rent seeking rich person and sees them as like, well, we gotta like, you know, sure, you know, like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like I mean, it's just kind of crazy how that can be flipped. I'm not saying there's no bad landlords, but I felt bad for those people. And because I communicated with a landlord who lived out of state, he always appointed me to clean up the deal with it all. Like a different apartment, or like was it your roommate in the same apartment? I just can't imagine that he would like make you clean. We're gonna settle down. Well, you know what I mean, like settle down in terms of like not working anymore. I may have phrased that wrong, but now they get to deal with 28 days later living at their like little plex building. He would ask me to clean, and like if the toilet or something was having issues, he'd buy parts and have me fix it in a different apartment, or like your apartment. Like you mean like if the guy living with you did something, you would clean it up, or like go to a different apartment? Because that's crazy. Like, what do you? I would be like, no, that's why you have maintenance people. Like, what do you mean? Like, I think that's like the one thing about apartments that's like you're not gaining equity, but the upside of living in an apartment, if anything goes wrong, it's just like the landlord's problem. The heater goes out. It's like, hey man, get ready to spend $2,800. Hey, the toilet is broken. Hey, the faucet. It's like that's the one up, is that you just pick up that phone, and it's just not your problem. That's the one upside. The house, like the house is great, except that like if anything goes wrong here, which it has, just thousands of dollars just outgoing. This is me communicating with the landlord. He gave me. No, the house I lived in before. This is me communicating with the landlord, but he lived out of state. Gotcha. Typically though, my understanding of all that stuff is like, at least the way I process that is like, you know, that's the one victory of like renting, is that you're not you're set free from the burdens of having to like fix anything, you know. Like you don't get to color the walls anything you want, but you also don't have to fix anything. You know. I don't know. Um, it was the polar opposite of the limited because in that place we did have actual maintenance and people doing the work. Well, the woman had a son, and he was essentially the maintenance. They were Russians, or should I say they were, or should say they are Russians. Yeah, I'm not sure. You should say, but that's interesting. Nice. Very disciplined and hardworking people. Don't always get along, but admire them a lot. Nice. Yeah, it's always different. Like there's people I like I really like them, but in a work environment, you just can't squeeze anything out. Like you can't get anything out of them. You know what I mean? They're just not good at that. If it's not fun, they can't do it. That's the end of the road. But they're good people. Like some people I like. It's just rare that you like somebody in all situations, because yeah, just some personalities are just not work. They're just not work relatable. I think I'm like a good balance of like I can definitely like work and outwork, but I feel like I don't know. Like I said, I did find it strange that like when I used to install cable, I was never offered marijuana ever, and all of my friends were. So I definitely give off like a different vibe. You know, like I'm not a fun, chilled person like that you offer weed to kind of vibe. You know. Wow, I got some hair ties. Feel so much better now. I hate having all the hair in my face. One of these days, I get a haircut. I cut my hair mostly. I cut my hair. It's just to keep it like short. So, well, I know that makes sense, but like, it's just a maintenance thing. Like, it just takes way less effort to like cut your hair short, way less maintenance. I used to have long hair mostly because I didn't even notice that I had long hair. Like I was unaware of, of my like what I looked like in high school, so I just grew it out because it kept growing. But when I became conscious of my surroundings, so to speak, I just cut my hair just because it's just more efficient. It's more of an efficiency thing. Most of my past jobs were through temp agency, so I was disposable to them and was treated as such. Didn't matter how hard I worked. I've had some I've had some misses and some good experiences. Like you can get like a kind of a killer job. Sometimes when they're desperate, you can like slide in and get like a, like a $30 an hour kind of job accidentally. It's not always gonna be unloading trucks kind of jobs. It can be, but you can get lucky with the. I've heard of people like just going into a temp agency and like they just got it, and then they were just given a position, and I'm speaking to a woman now. I'm trying to get back to my hygiene game. I'm speaking to a woman now. I'm trying to get back to my hygiene game. Nice. I figured out what those water things are in my bathroom. Apparently, they're called showers. Darnest things, I'll tell you. Yeah, yeah. It is easy to become more feral when you kind of just stay at home and kind of hang out. It is easy to slide into like the more feral lifestyle. I think I'm just gonna keep this a little sketchier down here. Is fine. Rock, this rock kind of sells the idea pretty well. I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to go too crazy with the rock. Um, Jipochi, Yuri, would you be happy to share bills with me in your house? I'd be walking Aries clean up your carpets, kitchen, Yeah, I think that would work. But honestly, like it's more like I just kind of like to live alone now. Uh, it's just a lot easier to do that. Maybe I don't know. I just even like where I live, I don't know how people afford rent anymore. Like it's like I looked up what the estimated price of this house is, and it's like my house isn't even anything you'd like really write home about, and like the Zillow estimate was like I don't know like $1,500 to $1,700, and I'm like, but that's like a lot of money a month to be making just to like live in a house that's like meh. You know what I mean? I mean, I know it's just an estimate, so whatever, but still, like 15, like 1,300. Those are like crazy prices. That's like you have to work a lot, depending on your job, of course. But I'm just saying that's like not an insignificant. That's not like it's not baby money. It's big boy money. So we forgot to draw in the camera. Just moved on to the swing. I was thinking of like, if anybody knows, hit me up. I'm thinking of doing a thing where like having a fake sort of CRT camera effect like play once in a while on the like as a filter on the main screen, just like once every 20 minutes having like a CRT effect kind of like do its thing, just because I kind of like that sort of visual style. You know what I mean? Just having like the tape make a mistake once in a while. I just don't know. I'm too dumb, but I need to like figure out how to do that. I think I got a pretty good balance of contrasts. I think I would almost just like to dampen this wing a little bit, and I'm gonna use my magic eraser, just very lightly, kind of tap at this wing. And I'm almost scared to do it because it takes away a lot of graphite when you use it. Like, and that's what I meant by just taking away contrast. You can just sort of, you can always rebuild it back up with a pencil, but before, if you took an eraser and you just can't like lightly take away contrast with a regular eraser. This lets you kind of just like ease into that. I'm just gonna just tap a little bit to kind of, I don't want that wing to be too like jumpy outy at me. I want it to kind of have it visually back there. I don't know if that's considered cheating. Maybe I should just do it right the first time, but Kamuwamo. I can provide a housemate many fine vintage parts. Yeah, nice. I'll tell you what about being jail. You learn quick. Farts are no laughing matter. Wait, you were in jail, Noomba? This kind of reminds me of the Zergling, much akin to the last StarCraft drawing you did. Um, I can see like a Muta. I can see like a Muta influence here, like the Mutas from StarCraft. But the Mutas were it had an inward. It had a like a tail that flipped forward. Its mouth was different, and it had again it had like the very annoying dragon wings. I don't know why everyone wants to add dragon wings to bugs. It's a terrible idea. It makes it look like a dragon and not an insectoid creature. This kind of has like a both, but whatever. I was going for a bat and then I started adding stuff to it. Anyway, this is different. Critique does not apply here. I am immune to my own critique. That's an interesting observation, but I agree. Wait, what happened? Did I miss a bunch? Yeah, I had a couple of instances in incarceration. The last time actually was because of one of the housemates. I had a similar situation. I have a similar very exciting story. How I almost went to jail because of house friends. Bro, it's a story. I think I told it one time on stream, but I didn't tell it very well. Maybe one day when I'm bored, I'll tell it again. Right now, I just don't feel like it. But yeah, you can easily go to jail because of things that other people did, and they just say you were involved, and then you go to jail too. On paper, I'm probably not what you would consider a good housemate. Nice. Last guy just didn't know how to communicate. He called the police on me and locked himself in his in his room. Had no idea. Then I got tackled to the ground. That's crazy. Doesn't even have the courtesy to answer the door, so I get blindsided. Didn't even know he called them. What do the cops say? They said man called them because I was being irate and aggressive towards him. All I did was bang on his door and told him to wash his dishes. Oh man, was he breeding like the baby flies? There's nothing like leaving like eggshells and dishes and like just dishes in there, so like he just produces a bunch of like little baby flies. Nice. Yeah, that is quite disgusting though. Jokes aside, that's pretty disgusting. I think that looks a lot better with that little bit of gradient there. It kind of makes this whole piece kind of feel a lot more connected now. Maybe I am getting better at drawing. Sometimes I stagnate, and I really didn't feel for a long time that I was getting better. Blah, blah, blah. I've never in my life met an adult like him in my life. Not the baby flies. Those are annoying as hell. Yeah. And well, and it was middle of summer, and he had 2 cats he kept up in his room stairs with no AC in the house. That's a crazy man. Yeah, I think also cats are naturally desert creatures, so they like dehydrate themselves. Like they don't know that they're, cause they're like they know. I don't know. I heard they're like they're from Egypt or something. Cats. I don't know. So the litter boxes would stink. Ooh, yeah, the litter box is nice, bruh. I felt bad for the cats, honestly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is it's like that? Man, I know things are rough right now. A lot of people can't afford to not live with somebody. But man, is it like way worse to live. It's like you just don't know. Like, you know what I mean? It's like what you would think is obvious, like not leaving pop under the couch, like open bottles of soda. You would think that no normal human being would do that. But dude, there's people out there who would do that, and they're out there. They're walking amongst us. That's why I'm kind of like, maybe we should have a social credit score to make sure. So they don't mind the hot air. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just know that they're desert creatures. I think they're. I've heard a theory that they are perpetually, cats are perpetually dehydrated because they don't feel how much water they need, like appropriately because of their because they're designed for the desert. So if they're like in the heat, I don't know, something like that. Like they can't sense very well how dehydrated they are because it's not hot enough for them to appropriately like function. I could be wrong about this, but I heard some nonsense like that. Take it with a grain of salt. You know. My cat can go days without drinking anything. So what you're saying makes sense. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Is they're not suited for our climate, so they get confused. They don't like they. That's what I heard though. I always like I've heard that like they don't sense how dehydrated they are. But I don't know. I always had dogs. Nice. Yeah, I've always been a dog person. In hindsight, it doesn't seem like it'd be bad to own a cat, but you know, I don't know. I don't have a take. I like both. Really, I think that they're both fine. You know, neither one has ever like really. you know, it's just you sort of realize the advantages of a cat as you get older because they're not nearly as maintenance heavy. It's like it's more like having I don't know. It's not like a dog. You gotta like I have to walk my dog because he's just a breed that needs exercise. So like I have to walk him. Sometimes I'll skip a day if it's like super brutal outside, but for the most part I do it every day. And yes, it's sort of like with how big he is too. It's like you have to be aware the entire time. If there's kids coming, dogs coming, cars, because he could pull hard at any moment, yada yada. It's like it's a whole different era of level of like how aware I have to be like when I go outside with a dog. Whereas a cat, it's like meh. I feel like it's a little bit more chill of an experience unless the cat like bites wires or something like crazy like that. Uh, yeah, I love animals. My German Shepherd, she was my favorite. That dog had ability to make me feel very important. Make me feel like a very important person. Nice. Yeah, I heard they're pretty intelligent, German Shepherds. I'm not an animal person. I only have a cat because my sister wanted to get rid of it because it was biting her kids. Okay, I had a similar situation where a roommate wanted to bring a cat in here, and I was wise enough to say no because you know what's gonna happen. Like you already know what's gonna happen is that something's gonna happen to the said roommate, and like let's say he gets arrested or jailed or something, and now you have a cat that you have to take care of, right? You're not gonna just let that cat out and be like bye. And that's what I mean is like you have to be very careful with this. Like, can I keep my cat at your place for a day? Or your roommate is like, hey, can I get a cat? Is it chill if no? Automatically no, stop. Unless you make if you don't make $500,000 a year, you can't have a cat. All right, like automatically no because it'll become the responsibility of the responsible person once that person fucks everything up and they can't take care of the cat now. They're like, you know, for whatever reason. Now that cat is your cat. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, my stepdad, he had a cat and they got rid of it because it was biting nieces and nephews. Yeah, if it's biting people, yeah. Yeah, cat equals no one's best friend. You do get I think cats are more introvert. They're more like introverts, but you do get a cool cat here and there. But yeah, it's much more rare. Like dogs are natural pack animals, and you know, felines are descendant of felines or whatever, and so they are lone hunters for the most part, or at least some of them are. What's that skinny one in the jungle? The leopards. I think it's like it's the best considered like the best hunter ever. Its ability to kill alone is like very very good compared to wolves who are actually like not good hunters. They're only good hunters when they function in a pack, right? So dogs are naturally more packy, and cats are more lonely. So you know, generally speaking, I don't know. It did throw me off because I had never met an aggressive cat like that before. Yeah. Now you still gotta be careful for sure. I'll have to peep out your Instagram again. Wow, this is a cool picture there. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, most are pretty docile, and they typically are rare to find. My son's mom, when me and her were together, the cat would crawl over my face. It drove me nuts, mostly because it just appeared out of nowhere. That is pretty crazy. I think those not Siamese cats, but like there's like a particular type of cat with like it's a gray, but it has like more gray circles around it. It's like supposed to be like one of the smarter cats, but I don't know. Like a more sentient cat, I guess. I don't know. They're like more like dogs, I heard. No idea why I'm trying to search for you. You got a link right there on your stream. Yeah. Let me come right back. Be right back. 1 second. I feel like this is starting to look pretty good here too. This kind of I think I sold the mouth pretty well with all the like the curves sort of. I think overall I'm pretty satisfied with that. That's kind of a hard shape to pull off. Not to reach over and toot my own horn, but here I am. Chris Art says hi. Your art looks fire. Have something of Warhammer. I think your style fits 100%. No, I mean I painted miniature Warhammer figures and stuff in the past, but I'm not. I sometimes draw, you know, powered armor and soldiers, although I haven't done that like kind of in a really long time. I kind of don't because like I feel like the power suit fantasy has been beaten to death a little bit to the point, you know what I mean? So I like that stuff. I just don't draw it myself. I almost like the Imperial Guard better because like at least like they're not. I just like regular infantry. You know what I mean? I like just cannon fodder kind of like the power suit fantasy is just like you know from Master Chief to some game now. There's just nonstop power suit fantasy going on, and I'm kind of growing tired of it. Like if I'm being a little just kind of growing tired of it, just a little bit. But sometimes I got to remember they're pumping out new people all the time. So for somebody else out there, the power armor is like exciting and fresh and interesting, right? Because I've been around the block. To me, I need something else. I need some interesting life cycle or something. No idea why I'm trying to. Oh, I read that. I will draw and lurk your stream. I love your art so much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Let's see. Where am I on Kick right now? I got 4 viewers. What the? And 80 followers. It looks like Kick is kicking. Nice. I need to. I wish like I don't think Kick has analytics though. I'm not sure how you like. I don't like Kick because I can't find the analytics, and so I don't know how to, because of that, I don't know how long I've been streaming. I think it's been about a month, maybe 2. I have no idea. Like, oh, there's my Warhammer stuff, my little figurines that I painted, and it's gone. But you know what I mean. I just kind of like, oh yeah, Kick. I mean, if Kick starts taking off, then you know what I mean? I mean... I do sometimes wonder, like, why would people, like, watch art on Kick instead of, like, Twitch? Like, I'm just sort of curious if anybody on Kick is listening. Like, why did you go on Kick to, like, look for art streams instead of just going to Twitch, which has, I'm sure, a much wider variety of oh my god. Oh, Chris, thank you for following me. I appreciate that. Are you in Twitch? I am on Twitch, yeah. I was just sort of wondering why would someone choose, not that I'm criticizing, I'm just sort of want to figure out the psychology of like why would somebody go to I know that like Twitch, it's there's a lot more people, but it's all kind of like that, like digital and like furry, kind of like furry-ish. A lot of like the furry stuff is happening there. Not that it's bad, but it is. I know, like I was scrolling through one day, and if the experience of a regular person looking through Twitch to find like an artist they want to like find a stream for, it's not gonna be this. Like it's hard to find this. It's easy to find digital and furry orientated art, right? So it's kind of like this is sort of harder to mine for. That's why I thought maybe it's because maybe Kick has like less of that. Maybe that's why people are, you know, finding me through there. From what I understand, Kick is unequivocal better as far as pay grade, and it seems more for the creators. But the thing about Kick is that you do need actual physical bank account, which for most I would imagine wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I think it's the same for Twitch. I had to give them my info for like right so they can send you. But for myself, I pay child support and I cannot get a bank account. What? Wait, but for myself, I pay child support, cannot get a bank account. How do you get paid? Kick only uses Stripe. The problem with Kick too is like you have to get an average of like 50 viewers. Bro, I've been on Twitch for a year. I'm at like 19 average viewers. You know what I mean? It's like it's gonna be like a couple years. You'd have to be grinding hard, like, for 2.5, 3 years before you got monetized. Unless I'm just not understanding like what the rules are saying. I'm just like, that's gonna be a while. You know what I mean? And in 2 years, the world is gonna. I mean, we might be. In 2 years, the world is gonna be like in a different, completely. Everything's gonna be completely different. The close up looks cool. Thank you, Slipknot fan. I appreciate it. I do like the more sketchier look, like this kind of like the close up. You kind of seeing more of the raw. Instead of like the zoomed out, kind of looks lamer. It looks kind of like almost like you're looking at digital. I do like this textured look a little bit more. And when I enter to see art guys and Kick, and I see you, nice. I was talking with my GF about Kick, and I think it is a bad idea to stream there because the low artist I see there. I just right now I'm gonna phase over. I'm just trying to spread like out, like wherever I can stream, like I do, like right, like there's some platforms I can't, cause like I think X needs, like you need like 1,000 followers, which I've never gotten a single follower ever in my entire life on there, and I've posted art for years. I literally don't understand that platform. I don't get how you grow on that platform. You have to like, I don't know. I just don't know what you got to do. But regardless, if I can put my foot in the door and just like right now, right? You came in. I'm from Mexico. Sorry if my English is off. No, you're good. You're good. Like right now, I got you off Kick, which probably they hate, right? Like I pulled out like there are 3 people that are watching art, and I just pulled them back to Twitch. Sorry, but you know, it's kind of like it's just how it goes, I guess. But yeah, I definitely would enjoy. I did hear Kick pays like a lot more, but You speak well English to me? Nice. We all speak English well here. We try. Oh my god. Luna Butterfly 90. Nice. Thank you. We have Ebonics and Broken English anyway. Nice. For me, I have like 3 months making streams here, and it feels good. I have 3 months making streams here, and it feels good. You Chris, you've been streaming. I speak a lot of foreign. I speak a lot of foreign people, and their English makes more sense to me than natives. I think natives tend to have a tendency to kind of compress their language a lot. So it's like it's to them it's awesome, but to a foreigner it's like it doesn't exactly sound like what it does like in the movies, especially when you have like a very localized accent that's sort of also compressed and modified, and before you know it, you don't know what's going on. Yeah, I make streams here on Twitch, learning to make digital art. Nice, man. How's your first 3 months going? Speak a lot of foreign people. Let me give you a follow. I'll give you a follow if I see you streaming, and if I remember, I'll probably forget, but I'll give you a follow. I'll check out your channel. Nice. So you've been streaming for 3 months. Yeah, I remember it took me like I think it took me about 3 months to get like just just basic affiliate monetization, and then I'm still there. I think you have to get to like 75 average viewers for like a full partner, which seems like it's gonna be with how with the way things are going, it's gonna be a minute before we get to that place. But thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. If I remember, sometimes I scroll through and I just can't remember who's who or whatever. It's like hard to navigate, but I'll try to. If you're streaming, I'll try to raid you or something or stop by. But usually after the stream, I'm like, I walk my dog, I eat, and I have to do other things. So I'm like, once I'm off of the streaming, like once I'm off of Twitch for streaming, I usually don't come back on, just because like my day kind of like actually gets busier after this, weirdly enough. This is actually kind of like the more chilled out version. It happens a lot. Yeah. Oh yeah, that show Silo I was talking about the other day. Man, does that show move slow. That show moves slowly, and just when you want it to like go forward, they go back to people's childhoods, and I'm like, no, 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 I can't. That show is just, it's good. Like I like the aesthetics. I think the film quality is good. I don't know if anybody's watched Silo, but man, it's good. But like eventually, I just ran out of ability to care. Uh, Never saw it. It's all right. It's all right. I make a lot of friends here, and sometimes it's hard to pass with each one. You're so cool, man. I will be lurking. Hope your stream goes well. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I think that's one of the cooler things is now we have a Discord, and it's kind of created this microcosm community from streaming, from people going in there. It's kind of really dope to honestly like. That's I think that's the best part is like he said, just you do kind of meet like some cool people and stuff, and like I said, we made a microscopic community that's like we're not trying to grow it necessarily because like I'm just trying to like only give out the link to people who ask. That way we kind of have a. I feel like if you try to grow it, the problem is it grows, but then you have like a bunch of randoms who kind of like don't feel the vibes correctly, and you know what I mean. Like you don't want to take the vibes in the wrong direction. Man, this was only like about two stream, or is this a third stream? I think this is only like the third stream. This kind of went by really fast, which is awesome. Honestly, I think I'm kind of done with this one. I think I'm pretty much done with it. I think it's a done. I'm just at this point. I'm just like kind of killing time. I guess I could like refine some things a little bit, but I'm thinking like it's kind of like at that point where maybe emphasize this bottom jaw a little bit so it's differentiated. I guess yeah. Like sometimes like if I really wanted to like refine this, it'd be smart to like walk away from this right now, come back to it in like 3 hours and do a little like another 2 hours of touching things up, because like you'll just see things better after some time goes by. Because with these like 6-7 hour sessions, you do kind of start to float off into unreality, because you're staring at the same thing and your brain just stops processing correctly. Elizabeth Claire Meyer says greetings. Thank you so much. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen because I was like, I got myself all distracted and with some designs. How's it going? I hope you're not. Hope your things are better than last time when you were here. I sincerely apologize. Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it. I was just asking how things were. Sorry. I was just seeing how things were. As usual, nothing new. Thank you. How are you? How finished do you think this drawing? It's just about finished. It's just about finished. It's getting there. Just working on that chest piece here. The shape kind of got a little confusing. I got a little wild. I was like gonna have like almost the, like, you know how old people get these two like necklines going down like a turkey, and I was kind of gonna do that, but it kind of blended in weird with stuff, and now I'm like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have pulled the trigger on that, because it's like now I'm sitting here kind of like I don't really. Kind of regret going down this road now a little bit. Okay, I think that looks a lot stronger right there. That just came out way stronger. Boom. Shakalaka. Look at that. A little turkey neck kind of makes that shape kind of makes sense. Like there's an indent in the middle, two lines right there. Boom. Okay. I'm a lot happier with that now. Just I think I just kind of the only problem is like this kind of I kind of have like a 4-pack here kind of going on, and it's sort of blending awkwardly kind of here, and I'm not exactly sure how to draw my way out of this pickle without making it like sort of. I can try to do like just a hint of white and just kind of hit it with that. Hooray, congratulations, looks great. A little early, but still. Oh, it's a little early over there? Nice. The architect on Kick gives me an emoji. Thank you. Appreciate that. I apologize. I meant to say it's too early to congratulate you since the drawing's not yet finished. I said it incorrectly. No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. You know what's really annoying? My printer. I bought a printer scanner like years ago, and it's doing this interesting thing when I go to scan something where it wants me to do this like. It thinks something's wrong with the printer, and it wants me to do a maintenance routine before it lets me use the scanner, and there's like no way to exit out. Really fun when you need a scanner, but it like won't let you use the scanner, even though it has in no way connected to the printer. But you still lose the functionality, which is the fun part of it. It's kind of like it's like genius level of planned obsolescence, where it just goes like imagine if your car, like if your car was like one of the doors isn't like closing properly, or like one of the locks isn't fully active, but the door still closes. It just won't like lock, right? And so the whole car just stops working until you get that fixed. That's what that felt like. Super annoying. It's like planned obsolescence, but on steroids. I won't say the company's name so I don't get sued, but I think just mostly like printer companies are like super notorious for this kind of thing. I'm really liking the way this surface. I was trying to curve that surface and make it make sense for the longest time, so I think I accomplished that. Just kind of don't like that. I think the only thing I don't like is it looks a little too mechanical without a good blend here. There's not really really a blend going on between this surface and that surface, and it looks bordering on mechanical. The way it's like just right up against it like that. Okay. Where are we at? 534. I think I'm really overall I'm really satisfied with this creature. For those who follow me on social media, make sure to hit the like button later today when I post it inevitably. But yeah, I'm gonna throw it into Krita and do a little Krita magic. You know, slide the contrast bar around a little bit, shake it up, put some, maybe like a little bit of ingredient shade, and post. I think this is gonna be, I think this has been a success. I don't know, I like it. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. I'm gonna try and push it till, I'm gonna try and not start streaming till about 11, I think. I think I'm gonna slowly move my time over later for that sweet, sweet US market. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Let me raid you guys out. If there's a cool person, somebody I like, I don't know. It's no big deal. No, I'm good. Anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye.